Alright, good morning. Good morning. So what are we doing? Ah, in the tunnel. Yeah, I think we're just good to go. I think I left in the middle of this. Solve the trial of ascendancy. Ah. Also rushing through this area. So I have no idea where to go. Let's hope it's this way. It's probably not though, since I was rushing through. Ah. Good gamble. Just take a... Well, either way, we can come back. Come back and do it if it's not this way. Go to the next waypoint and just waypoint back. I think that's the plan. Hello, Node Runner. Nice to meet you. You're new here, eh? Still no Git. I feel that's, as long as nothing else shows up today important on the to-do list, it's the first thing on the top of the to-do list at the moment. We'll see. Oh, nice. Congratulations. Nodonner says I got my new keycaps today and placed them on my keyboard. Could one perhaps bother you for a screenshot? That would be nice to see. And here's a picture, he says, and links it. Just give me a moment. I want to go to a safe place.
A better performance.
And then I'll take a look. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. I mean, they're cool, but there's nothing on them. You just know, right? Where everything is. This is cool. Yeah, I like this. Alright, this is very cool. There's a lot of shiny buttons that are just gone. That are on my keyboard. There's a lot of buttons just gone. But I guess you set it all up yourself, like all those functions. You have key combinations. Nodonner says, yeah, I just know. I don't look at my keyboard to see what key is what. You don't have any special dimples on them or anything either. And I'm assuming when you do stuff, this is the right hand and this is the left hand. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, that's gotta be too simple. These are for the right hand thumb, perhaps. I mean, this is so fucking cool. I'm a little bit jealous here. I feel like I should learn to do this stuff. Yeah, like, I have two It takes time learning this, and I'm slow at learning these things. And also, this would be a crutch for me. Like sitting on any other computer except for this would feel like a crutch. But this is cool. Not on it says I can feel the home row because the middle fingers is always the furthest out. Home row? Not on it says I would have had a homing bump, but they don't offer them in the right color. Ah, right. Like here, a homing bump would be, I guess. Or here. No, here probably then. Yeah, that's... You only would need one. In the middle to differentiate between, like, these. These have their... Oh, man. Yeah, that's the home row, yeah. I figured. What's this then? The purple one? Purple are lots of things. Wait, what? But what does it mean when you say home row? Are we talking about like the buttons? Home, end, insert, delete, page up, page down, and stuff like that, or what are we talking about? Fuck, I don't remember your setup. Do you have like a picture of like equivalent for someone that doesn't know where stuff is? Like approximately what stuff are where? No, no, it's just the home row is where you rest your fingers to touch type. Alright, so all your fingers are at the top, and then you move them down and down and down. So the most common stuff are at the top, and then the further down you go... Ooh, a map. The further down you go, the less common the things are. Is that the idea? I mean, just when you showed it as is, like that, I can really see the appeal of it. Also, all that work. It's very cool.
need a moment to catch my breath.
And he did find a screenshot. Thank you. I'm curious to see this. This would be... the Colma. Oh, is this exactly your setup? Well, I guess these down here has been very programmed. Don't know what these are. Or that. I mean, I know Control Tab, GUI, and BR. So many stuff. This is your setup specifically. Nice. Oh, so you have like... This is a mouse tap. Wait. I'm assuming mouse stands for mouse somehow. GUI is the Windows key. Wait, it has gotten another name though. Super, the super key, I think they called it. That changes it to the mouse layer. Mouse layer, eh? Alright, that's it, yes. Of course you have many different layers that do different things. So, you can move a mouse around, like a cursor around with the keyboard. Am I understanding that correctly then? With the mouse layer? Alt is alt, yeah. PTT is push to talk, nice. Alright, here we go. Push to talk, yeah. Space is space, Backspace, backspace, yeah. Shift is shift, yeah. Those I know. Shift, Command mode. Enter, of course. Sister. That's the Swedish spelling of sister you have there, like brother and sister. Yeah. Oh, it changes for gaming. QWERTY layer. Nice.
Just need a moment to catch me.
Yeah, that's actually... If I would spend all that time and effort to doing that stuff, I would probably make the main layer into a QWERTY layer, yeah. Main layer into a QWERTY layer. Rather than a... What was it called? Comac? Oh, I could not... That's the problem with this one. This movement thing is that it can't really see all that well. Alright, and all the layers, yeah, this is the Colmac. That's the one we see. We've got a QWERTY, we got a number. I'm assuming that the number layer has the numbers and then have like the at, the dollar sign, the percent sign, all those stuff. Function. Oh yeah, that's the programmable layer, right? You were talking about you could press a function, so you can add like the emote function by pressing function some button and then typing in coffee, then you get the coffee thing, right? Mouse, I'm assuming that that is where you move like an actual mouse around. The cursor, mouse cursor with the keyboard. Like you have a button for moving it this way and that way and this way and that way. Maybe these ways as well. And steno is just crazy stuff. Not honest, there's different types of layers. There's a shift layer like a shift key and a lock layer which overlays the layer above. Layers within layers, eh? Let's see. Shift layer like a shift key and a lock layer which overlays the layer above. You can stack multiple layers. I could have mouse and QWERTY active at the same time. Yeah, just like you can have... I don't get that though. I still don't understand what the mouse thing is doing. But I mean, I suppose you have multiple layers, right? You like the simple example for me would be that you can switch to QWERTY and caps at the same time, for example, so you get capital letters. Oh. So I'm assuming that the mouse layer is focused on this side, right? The mouse layer doesn't change all the buttons. It just changes, like maybe these. And maybe these, whatever, you know? Movement and tapping on the mouse. He continues, I could play a first-person shooter with only my keyboard. I would prefer to use my mouse for shooters, but it is possible. Nodner says, yep, I just a few on the right side. Alright, so having the mouse and the QWERTY active, yeah, that's... So you could have QWERTY here for... Exactly, the movement in a first-person shooter and the mouse in a first-person shooter. That is how it would work. I get it now. But I understand, yeah, of course you would prefer a mouse for a first-person shooter, but not all games are that mouse-heavy. Like this game would... No, this game is too mouse-heavy. Yeah, indeed, way too mouse-heavy. There are some games that are not that mouse-heavy, like... Yeah, like Factorio. You could play Factorio easily enough. Nodner continues. I can bound mouse movement up, down, left, right. Left button, right button, middle button, scroll up, scroll down. Ah, there we go, of course. No... Alright, so instead of having a diagonal button, you would use up, left, for example. Instead of having a button for uplift. That would be economical uses, right? Pressing both of the buttons instead of having one to do it. Oh, maybe a sensitivity slider as well might be a good idea. I don't know if you're actually planning on playing any games with it, or it's just... There's even scroll left and scroll right in mouse 4 and 5. I'm assuming you could... all the mouse buttons, right? The only thing that has to be, like, custom is the up, down, left, right. The rest of the things are just buttons, right? They're just buttons on the mouse. They have a sensitivity modifier. It goes faster with the key held down. Ooh, nice. Will it have different... Right, never mind. I gotta say that stuff is... that stuff is inspiring. Very inspiring indeed. How much, if you would say that not counting the opulent stuff, how much could you build that for without the opulent stuff? Approximately. Money-wise. Oh man. I can't afford it anyway. I don't even know why I'm asking. I'll look into it myself when I have the time and the want and the money. Then I'll look into it. But for now, Adventurer shows up and changed the title to "This path is putting us into exile for a long time." It does indeed. A long time. Nice to see you again, Adventurer 95. How are you doing today? Oh, they've changed this boss around, eh? Why do they all have to resist chaos? It's very annoying. Only this one resists all of the stuff, I suppose. Adventure 95 says got a job interview in like 5 hours. Oh, I gotta find some safe space. I'll likely get the place since they were in desperate need of workers, it seems. Oh, how do you feel about that then? I can assume that the prospect of meeting new people and working with people would be enjoyable to you, eh? I don't know if the work itself... Gotta be better with the curses. Whoa!
Just need a
This is a little bit hectic at the moment. Whoa. You guys could just leave me the fuck alone. There we go. That's the culling strike that really works out. Alright. Yeah, desperate need of workers, eh?
You were too beautiful for this ugly world. I shall find you in the next.
No, no, says I should name this keyboard the Opulent. Nice. Even though it was quite affordable as far as fancy keyboards go. I can imagine. I really like the idea of the minimalist, right? My keyboard have way more buttons than this. I like this. It's tinier, right? Even though it is a little bit opulent, it kind of feels opulent and minimalist at the same time. I really like it. It's great. Adventure 95 says, I don't know much about the place's work environment, so I can't say whether I'll like it at all or anything. That's always difficult to know, right? What about the job description? Did you enjoy that? Did it seem like it would bring you... Like, would it be a meaningful time spent? That's it? Node owner says that even though it has less buttons, it has more functionality, right? Since... Oh. I was thinking that you made it have more functionality, but do you mean like the actual tech has more functionality? Or did you make it have more functionality? Because you could make any keyboard have a lot of functionality, I suppose, so that would be... Yeah, you had like we're talking about that, you have internal... an internal computer within it, right? That you can control and fix and change. Adventure 95 says I'll basically be filling some grocery bags for prisoners and work at the jail cafeteria. So, really not sure at all what it's gonna be like. I think if you're friendly towards, right? I had the benefit of being not a prison guard in a prison. Well, the jail is different though. Is these for... Are you working where people have just been caught? Or have they been sentenced and serving their prison sentence? Because there's a difference. There is a difference. So as far as I understand, jail is when you get caught and prison is when you get sentenced, right? But the benefit of being a not prison guard in a prison is great because you have... Just by the benefit of not being one of the guards, that gives you an upper hand, right? The people there tend to like you more, right? Because you don't have to boss them around. You just help them around and give them candy. Right. Just by the benefit of that, I could see that being helpful, like in between. Right. What I had was a very us versus them attitude in prison. But luckily, I was in the middle ground. I was not us, I was not them. I was just me, which was really great in the prison. And then there were, of course, the work environment itself is very... I don't want to say hostile, but it's sucky. It's a sucky situation, right? Nobody... Like, most of the people who are there are not there by choice. If you just have empathy for them and understanding that, well, their environment really sucks at the moment, it'll be fine, I think. Node owner says, I mean, it's programmable in C or C++ or C. But I mean, I could do that. Yeah, it's... The keyboard itself is programmable in C or C++. But I could do the same things. I could just program my computer to do those things when those buttons were pressed, right? But since it's the keyboard that's programmable, you can take the keyboard with you and connect it into other computers and it still would work the same. I could do the same, but I would have to, like, move the... Why do I stay? Why do I stay when I instantly just... That's... There was no way, right? It's just a stupid waste of experience. Stupid waste of experience, indeed. Adventure 95 says, I'm not entirely sure about the prison type other than that it's a psychological improvement prison or something. Then it's probably people serving punishments, right? People staying there for a long time. Personally, I don't know about you, but personally I prefer that, like working in a prison, because in that situation, right, if you got long timers, right, people who's been in there for a long time and stay for, and we're talking years maybe rather than months or weeks. They build like norms and stuff. Routine, structure, all that happens. If the people are replaced all the time, it's more chaotic. Also, short timers are more like inclined to be depressed and agitated over their situation, like in a rougher sense, right? If you've been in a situation for 2 years and you know you're gonna be there for 2 more years, you're kind of chilled out, right? You've gotten used to it. And I like that situation. Node owner says, I don't like my computer to do that kind of things. It creates problems. If the keyboard handles everything, I prefer that. Yeah, I totally understand, and I would agree with that.
Just need a moment.
Do one thing and do it well, eh? Kinda? Wait, did I fail? Did it move? I don't see what happened. Fuck, I think I failed. Haven't done that in ages. Like I was playing that actual league when this thing was... That was a long time ago. But I failed at that time. But now... Oh, wow. It's frustrating. Not Honor says I've tried doing it on the computer side before. It was never a good experience. Alright. Computer is really ignorant to the whole situation. It just accepts the keys it is given. Oh, right. The keyboard sends key codes, right? And the key code correspond to a certain thing. And you could conceivably... I mean, you can't change the key codes, but you can try and change the reaction to the key code, but that's where the issue shows up, right? Can imagine that.
Just need a moment.
Not on says I can even send rare and obscure keys.
Low on mine.
Whoa, let's not stand there. Actually, I want to do that. No! Damn it! Well, that was too late then, I suppose. Now that's a problem with that kind of keyboard, right? My alphabet has 3 more letters than yours. Need a new bow. Got him. Got him. That's not remotely a problem. Those 3 keys, Maybe that. I suppose, yeah.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Can even bind Unicode keys, he says. Wait. I thought that was... Oh no. Wait. What are these key codes that you are binding? If they're not Unicode. Oh right, yeah. I remember now. I've got my power charges.
Low on mana.
Yesterday, just before leaving the stream. Look at all these green and blue stuff swirling around me. So pretty.
Lay down. Good doggy.
Permanent uptime of both.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Wicked bow. Time to get my hand on a bow, that's for sure. Something's attacking me. Stop doing that. Right, what do we have here? Allow me to explain. Oh, thank you. He says, the firmware has a lot of user-friendly names defined for... Firmware has a lot of user-friendly names defined for keycodes, like print screen. There's also Unicode characters, which there are no key code for. The input method differs depending on the operating system. Ah. Nodon says, thankfully, the keyboard actually can handle the differences between OS for you. Alright, that makes me confused. Unicode characters, which there are no key code for. What does that mean? Isn't Unicode a system for key codes, right? Isn't that how it works? I mean, wouldn't it be... Instead of using the firmware, like key print screen or whatever, it can deal with the OSS, which is great and all, but wouldn't life be easier if you just programmed it with the Unicodes? Or actually, that would make your actual code be difficult to read. Or are you saying that different OSs handle Unicodes differently? Which sounds weird to me.
Remember, humanity needs us.
Input method differs depending on the operating system. Man, that stuff is confusing. That's lower level than my knowledge. Computer is. It's a lot of life. What do I have? 46 to 185. That's so weird because this is pretty good. It's just not good enough. Node owner says that each character in Unicode has a number, but that's not a key code. Oh. Alright, so. Key code. What's a key code then? A Wikipedia page on that, eh? Well, I don't think this is it. This is fucking JavaScript. That's not what we're looking for. Scan code. Thank you. Alright, a scan code. Scan code or scan code is the data that most computer keyboards send to a computer to report which key has been pressed. A number or a sequence of numbers is assigned to each key on that keyboard. Mapping key positions by row and column requires less complex computer hardware. Therefore, in the past, using software or firmware to translate the scan codes to text characters was less expensive than wiring the keyboard by text character. In the past, to translate, isn't it still? Why would it say in the past? Isn't it still less complex. Did the complexity change somehow? It's less expensive than wiring the keyboard by text character. When we're talking about cost here, I'm talking about complexity cost, not monetary cost. Suckless. However, many types of computers still use their traditional scan codes to maintain backward compatibility. So wait, what do they do now if they... Because these are the scan codes that you were programming, right? No, wait. The firmware has a lot of user-friendly names defined for key codes. Alright, like key print screen, and that would be, yeah, whatever the number would be. Alright. There's also Unicode characters, which there are key codes for. And the input methods differ on operating systems. So what I don't understand is what is changing between operating systems. Then I thought they all worked on this basis. All right. They all work on this basis, but then it either, alright, the computer can receive them differently. Oh, it's, yeah, okay, it's based on the OS, right? You can use UTF-8, for example, Unicode, and that would translate the scan codes into the keys that we have now. Personal computers using Microsoft operating systems, we don't use that though. Characters that do not have a dedicated key may nevertheless be entered using the Alt numpad input method, or Alt code. This is done by pressing and holding Alt key while typing a number that identifies the character using the keyboard's numeric keypad, then releasing Alt. Yeah, that was... Someone was using that the other day. Similar extended forms of this feature are also available in some other operating systems. Often this is the best or only way many Windows users know for entering some characters. This is how to enter Unicode characters on Microsoft Windows. Alright, the keyboard itself does not send Unicode. The operating system takes the scan code, and depending on your operating system, it might, right? It has... The operating system just receives a scan code. Translating that into a letter is something that the operating system does, right? So when you say that you can send Unicode from your keyboard, do you actually mean that you send Unicode, or do you mean that you send... How does if my keyboard does not send Unicode, I guess you have to just fix so the operating system receives Unicode as well then, I suppose. But I am assuming that that's not what you're doing, though. You're sending scan codes. That would make most sense. Because that's the norm. Like every time I install Arch or a new operating system, the first thing I do is change the keyboard to a Swedish layout, right? Just so it knows how to deal with the scan codes. That is how it works when I do it, right? With my usual keyboards. When I change... That's gotta be how it works.
Until next time.
First map. Man, that's confusing stuff. Layers of abstraction, eh? What is this? Armor and evasion. Oh, that's too bad. Lightning resistance, movement speed per frenzy charge. Ooh. +1 to maximum frenzy charges. Reduce frenzy charge duration. Reduce light radius. 2% chance to dodge attack hits per... Ooh, these boots are great though. If I can just get the colors to work. That is very rare when playing solo self-found, that you get a drop of stuff that is actually useful to you. Very rare indeed. Can we get... Come on. There we go, finally. And I want it to be doubly linked. No, wait, it doesn't have to be. Just need the one link. I need between red and green. Just need the one blue. Can I get one blue, please? One blue and red and green. Damn it. Damn it. Are you kidding me? How? You know what? No, fuck that. Fuck that. And I've been unusually unlucky with the color rolls. It's been stupid. It's been very fucking stupid is what it has been. We're gonna have to do everything here. Everything here. We want at least one blue. Wait, can I get two blue? I can't afford it. That is exactly what I needed, yes. Ugh. Alright, he links another thing. Here we go. Kaleidoscope. Keyboard input-output. Firmware for computer input devices. This is free software. GNU! Very nice. These mappings were extracted and transcribed from In most cases, I've preserved the official USB implementer's forum usage name, though I've standardized some abbreviations and spacing that were inconsistent in the original specification. Non-alphanumeric characters in symbol names were converted into those characters' names. To match Arduino code style, all HID usage names are fully uppercase. Not every HID usage listed in this file is currently supported by Arduino. In particular, any system control or consumer control entry that doesn't have a comment indicating that it is, I don't understand, that it's OSC may require additional code in the Arduino core to work. I'm assuming your keyboard is built with an Arduino then? In particular, some key codes with usage type RTC, retrigger control, OOC, on-off control, are all also functional. Non-working usages are listed here in the interest of not having to manually convert more usage names each and every time our HID stack gets a little bit better. Alright, this is a scan code, and it has the OSC Right, all these are OSC. D-pad. Oh, nice. System restart. Something reserved? OS. Operating system. I don't know, C. These are buttons that end up on the actual computer though, right? Not all of them. What do we have here? Cell? A and A. HID keyboard, A and A. Capitalized A. There we go. So that is this is the scan code for small a and big A, depending on shift is held or not. 1 and exclamation point. Are your numbers like that as well, Node Runner, then? Or could you change that? I mean, you could, I suppose, change it so you could have exclamation point be its own thing. Of course you can. Mine are, I'm pretty sure mine are different. 3 and pound, yep. Yeah, nope. 2 and at. Yep, those are different for me. My keyboard does not work like that. Node Owner says there's a plugin for the firmware where you can change the shift layer for buttons like number keys. Alright, so this is just the standard, and if you would want to change this, you would have to like add something to it, a plugin. But these are the scan codes, right? I'm getting that right? If we're talking about scan codes, these are the scan codes. Node owner says you might push shift +1, but the keyboard could send shift +7 if that's how you wanted it. Alright. That's not... right. My keyboard doesn't... well... for example, this. So... my keyboard does not send this, however. Alright, and that's the firmware changes. That's changes at the actual keyboard. So that is the scan codes are specific for each keyboard. And scan code layouts are standardized. You gotta be. It's just like my scan code layout is standardized. Like my firmware for my keyboard, what messages, what scan codes mine are sending are different than yours. Therefore, I have to tell the operating system to receive them differently. No, says that's your key map. That's for the standard QWERTY. No. That's for the standard English QWERTY. I have Swedish QWERTY, which is way different from English QWERTY. So this is not the standard. This is standard English, not standard Swedish. That's what I'm saying. So my keyboard sends something different. This means something different in my in the Swedish keyboards. But that makes sense to me. And that is why you change the first thing I do. Right, yeah. Because, well, no. Fuck, it's confusing. I don't get it. I feel so stupid. Right? When I get my Arch on my USB, I plug it in and I start it up. The first thing that I have to do is I have to set the keys to Swedish, right? When I press the number 2 on my keyboard, I will get the number 2. If I press Shift and 2, just when I plug it in, if I haven't changed anything, I will get at. But when I change it to Swedish, I will get the quotation marks, which is the Swedish way to do it, instead of at. That does not change the keyboard. The keyboard sends always the same message. So it's the operating system that changes the functionality then. That's gotta be how it works, right? No, it says English QWERTY is the standard according to USB standard. Yes, alright. So my keyboards do send this. Just I change it at operating system level how it is received. And that's something you said that you had terrible experience doing, changing that. How the operating... like... I suppose that the kernel itself has that built into it, though. All the different... No? That's not part of the kernel, though. Node says you could use the English QWERTY key map, but customize your keyboard to set the Swedish characters through Unicode. Actually, yeah, I'm curious. Does it not have... Yeah, it's probably like... These can be whatever, so probably how it works on my keyboard is my 3 international things are probably using these ones, right? International 1, 2, 3. Probably. My are probably these characters on the keyboard. That's what confuses me when you say that it sends Unicode. Alright, this is a Unicode. Alright. This program is free software. Alright, right. Doesn't explain what it does. It is a plugin, okay. Case host OS Linux. Press raw key, left control. Alright, and left control, that is... it's one of these. It's just... Get raw key, it gets this raw key. I'll get this. Control Shift U. Alright, thanks. Alright. So if you do Control Shift U, we will send... Alright. If all of these happen, we will send a report. Wait. Wait, what's the difference? Oops. Alright, what is this send report thing that it does? Yeah, that's sending Unicode. I don't get it at all. I'm just assuming that any operating system can take as an input from a keyboard either a scan code or Unicode. I'm just assuming that that is what operating systems do. They do just that. They just take them. They take any input from a keyboard and just make it into text. And then you could change your keyboard to send either scan codes, like the standard QWERTY key maps, or you can make them send key code, Unicode, or you could even have them send ASCII, and the computer just deals with it. I'm assuming that how it works. That is how it works. And then I give up. It's above me. Did it have life? It does not have life. That's a problem. And I lose the cold resist, which also sucks. How many of these do I have? Like 7? Do I want to gamble? I don't want to gamble. I'll just live without despair. Actually, that sounds greater than...
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Living without despair, eh? Sounds great. Save this for now. Don't want to save that.
Fate awaits you.
+3 to maximum life? Oh. I don't think so. This one has no resistances though. Well, the lightning resistance I don't need anyway. Come on. Can we please... Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? That's impossible. It's impossible. How can I be? It defies... It should not be possible that happens. It's just so unlikely. So unlikely. Oh man. Wow.
The shadows
Just wow. No, just try going to your web browser and find a text field and try pushing Control-Shift-U. You'll see a weird looking U and then press... And a text field. Alright. Can't I just use this text field? Alright. Control-Shift-U. Oh! That's for the Unicode input, yeah. I get it. And that's the coffee. Right? But all that happens on the computer, right? Like the control, the shift, the U, the 2615, all that happens on the keyboard. But it's the operating system that turns it into the Unicode character. But I just put in a raw Unicode character, but that just happened on the thing. So, when you say that you can... I think I get it now. When you say you can get the keyboard to send Unicode, you send that whole thing that I just did. That's what you do. You send the whole thing. That's sending Unicode. You can program your keyboard to do that whole thing. With one button press. That's like a... I mean, macro is a big fucking word for it. Not really a macro, but you get my point. That's when you say you program Unicode. Instead of sending something like this, you send a series, right? You send like a list of them. No, yeah, it is a macro basically. Finally, thank you, Nodrunner. Thank you for being patient with me. Finally, I get it. Finally, I get it. Yeah. Instead of sending just one value, you pretty much send a list of values. I mean, maybe simplifying, but for it to work in my mind. There we go. Actually, I didn't know that Control-Shift-U was the way to do Unicode. You were just doing... yeah, left alt. On Windows. And that's what you meant, like specifically when you said that it knows which OS you have. So this input here makes it so you can send Unicode, because it decides, oh, you're on Linux, then I'll send these followed with the send report. And the send report were like the list of the numbers. Alright, I get it. It's handled by the OS, that's why it needs to know what OS to work on. Exactly. Exactly. Because the OSs do it differently. And that's... yeah. Node owner says, be right back. Yeah. Alright. Thank you. And we're done with that. I'm gonna keep this one up though.
Now that I have both.
Oh, did I give him the thing?
Amused to the twisted and
Yes, I did give him the thing.
My poor owner.
Extra power charge? Did I get this one? Yes. Ah, I'm going down here. Man, something that would work great. Actually, I need to prepare for that. Do I have... Fancy Plague Bearer, Corrupting Fever, Increased Critical Strikes? No. I need to prepare... No. Ah. I need to level that gem up. Just in case. Just in caseies. Nope.
just need a moment to catch my breath.
is your chance to claim back victory. You shall suffer your own bile.
No on mine.
I did level up. Perfect. Does this 70? Nah, just leave. I've got to stop doing these. There's no point unless. Oh, we're getting close to that frenzy charge. Are all the enemies, eh? Alright, that was some dude.
Just need a moment. Not all murders are equal.
Ooh, you know what? I am curious about if we go to Arduino. Let's see, hardware. Right. Buy an Arduino. What is the cost? This was all. Most popular? What's that? Is that what one would need? I guess that as well. Right. Sort by low to high. Is that it? Like. I'm guessing tools and stuff like that. With headers. Pack solution. Get a nano error in bulk to run a course or power of all your projects with Arduino. man. I'll ask Node when he comes back. That would be a project. That would be a... Like, I've been looking into... to like Raspberry Pi projects and Arduino and stuff like that, but I've never really found anything that I would use. That has been the issue. That's been
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
stuff that has not been useful for me. I don't use that many things, stuff. I don't care for them. But keyboards, that is something that I do use. Will continue using, and I'm gonna need more of them. Always. Building them yourself. There we go. That's why I made my own tobacco, right? Because I did use it myself. I even tried making my own, well, not purely my own, but like playing around with making operating systems. Just more do-it-yourself. That's it. I don't think, right, we've been talking about that. I've been saying that I have a, like, minimalist, but that's not quite it. Like, it's not quite suckless. I know what my attitude is. It's like do it yourself. That's what I like. I like to do it myself when it is useful for me. Making my own keyboard would be a lot of fun, I suppose. Whoa, I was bleeding.
Something doesn't seem...
Have to kill Daedre again.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Daedre's loyal, eh? Oh, that was close. Wait, where did she go? Oh, she's just hanging out there. Got her. Alright, one down. Two to go.
Just need a moment to get between them.
You usually have way better damage when arriving at this location, which is a little bit disconcerting. He's dead. Alright, one to go.
Just need a moment to catch
Just left, eh? Hmm. Oh. And I ran straight into them, eh? Oof. Alright, this is gonna be difficult, I think. Yeah. Whoa! I don't even know how far I got. It's too bad I don't have the curse. But,
Just need a moment to catch my breath. Low on mana.
nowhere is safe. Oh, he's so dead. Just another crit. And he's dead. He's gone. Uh-oh. Ranger bow. Come on, upgrade.
Ready to go?
Yes, I am ready to go. Act 10. Here we go.
Well, once
The for freedom.
Or freedom.
Yes?
What was this again? I need one blue on that and one blue on that. I mean, the life is great. Life leech. Need attack speed on the gloves as well. no sapphire flask yet, it seems. Very nice. What about this? Increased physical. That's worse, right? Way worse.
Hello. Remember, we do this for freedom.
Oh, we do this for freedom, eh? So you say. Time to go on a quick rescue mission. Just get these cooldowns. Yeah, okay. Psst, 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 psst.
You there?
Just need a moment
Exile!
to catch me.
I am in need of your services once more. Help me.
Low on mana.
Quick rescue mission and then for the loading screen. And then straight away into another loading screen. I guess it's not straight away the first time you play it.
Brandon is alive.
Oh, what do we have here? Quartz? I have a quartz already. Aquamarine, I think I just picked up. Sulfur. Like that. Don't have that yet.
Now that you have returned, and we have
Welcome back, Node Runner.
Mother
Hope you had a good time. Or you achieved your goals.
I'm here to serve as best
He's here to serve. Yes, he is.
for freedom.
Alright. How is my flask situation looking? We've got increased evasion. Oh, it removes bleeding though. Creates a smoke cloud. I don't need a smoke cloud. So this flask is gonna be replaced. What about this? We want a diamond, but I think I want another one. Yeah, it's too low item level. I want a new diamond flask. And I want new onslaught flask as well, but I do want the onslaught. And probably the quartz flask. It's probably the setup. I need one that removes bleeding. Oh. Node Owner says, I want your... I'd like your opinion of the discourse that took place in this pull request. Alright. The discussion that took place in the add org.multimc. Alright. They want to add this, which I don't know what it is, to flat hub. Right. This initial pull request creates an unofficial distribution of multi-MC. Do I need to know what that is? That includes the latest long-term support release of OpenJDK. I'm not sure I know what that is either. Recognize it, but I don't know what it is. To ensure it can launch successfully on first run. Multi-MC, a launcher for Minecraft. Ah, they want to create a flat hub package. Ah. Alright, they want to create MC is Minecraft. Okay. So they want to add a flat pack of Minecraft. That's pretty much it. And they want to make it so it just launches, that it just works. Open Java Development Kit. Alright. Alright, so they want to create it with... Yeah, because Minecraft is in Java, right? So they want the JD open... That's open source. Long-term support. I'm guessing open stands for open source of Minecraft. Alright, someone wanted that. And someone says bot build org.multimc. FlatHub bot says queued test build for... Wait, a bot built something. Started test build. Oh, FlatHub bot. Oh, I didn't even know there was a bot. The build failed. Oh, wow. So, he started a request to build it. Then he set up a bot. He asked the bot to build it. The bot failed. I'm assuming this is a regular way to do stuff in FlatHub. That you first get an idea, you get a bot to build, bot to try and build it, and then you get people to fix it. Fix license, restrict builds to... Alright. Yeah, right. You just changed stuff in the bot. That's interesting. I'm learning stuff. I'm learning stuff. They're just building the program with the bots as node owner. Exactly. Yeah, I'm learning how this works. I haven't spent enough time in looking at this stuff. Oh, node owner says most of the discussion is hidden. You have to click load to see it. Wait. I haven't gotten that far yet, right? There is no discussion yet. Right, it's still just Joshua Stone doing stuff, so I haven't gotten there, right? Or am I... Yeah, you haven't gotten that far. Yeah, I thought so. Alright, he does some other things, try to fix it. He tests another, and it fails, and it fails, and it fails. Continues failing. FlatHub to... Wait. Ooh, a successful build. To test this build, install it from the testing repository. Alright, so that's... he made it work. And then... Wait, when was this? December 6th? Someone else shows up. Leandro Stanger. He... changed something. New app data files should be use meta info instead. Alright. I get that point. Alright. OpenJDK, okay. Here the discussion seems to be starting, right? This is the start of people talking about stuff. Feels like. Yeah, there's no talking here. Just new app data fails. Alright. I'd consider building regular org free desktop SDK, something just for the sake of it, as I assume it's something that people would like to have. This wasn't oh, fuck. What did I click? This wasn't resolved. Should already be bundled. Wait, Alright, lower. Should I go lower now? Still building, still building. This. Is this it? Is this the discourse? Alright. We're just building, 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 still building. Still nothing. Man, how did you find this? We're going for... Is this where it starts? I want this thing deleted. At no point should this be allowed to exist. I'm assuming this is the comment that starts the discussion that you're interested in. This is where it starts, yeah. Some dude called Peter IX says, I want this thing deleted. At no point should this be allowed to exist. Somebody is downvoting that with an emoji. You are violating the license of multi-Minecraft. I don't even know what multi-Minecraft is. Oh. So... Wait. Peter IX, is that the creator of multi-Minecraft? I don't even know what multi-Minecraft is, but he published the code under Apache license. There is no license violation here. You made changes to it and did not remove the branding. This is not multi-MC. Okay. I really do not have the patience to argue with... I really do not have the patience to argue with you about this. But I'm going to. I am going to, eh? Already did that with Joshua Stone for hours. Alright, there has been another argument. No, I do not want this to exist. Yes, I said why many times in way too much detail. Joshua Stone doesn't care and did this anyway. No means no. Well, I mean, politically speaking, I'm very biased, right? I'm very biased, like from the get-go, I gotta say that. Like, I'm all for open sourcing everything. Yeah. All things should be pure open source. That's like I have a tendency to want the world to move in that direction, so my starting off point is just to not agree with this dude, even though he is the creator. I don't actually, what is multi-MC? Multi-MC, it's some Minecraft thing, right? It's a free open source launcher. It allows you to have multiple cleanly separated instances of Minecraft, each with their own mods, packages, alright. And it helps you manage them and their associated options with a simple... It's just for opening... Yeah, it's, as it sounds like, multiple versions of Minecraft. And someone wanted to make a flat pack out of it. Right? Someone wanted to... Alright. Nodon says, this is the maintainer of Multi-MC, a launcher for Minecraft. Yeah. He's not the original creator, but the founder moved on and gave it to him to manage. Oh, he's the manager. Right. The maintainer. He's not the founder, he's just a maintainer. Who is... Like, my initial, right, again, my biases, I need to show my biases. My initial response is, this dude is on a power trip. That's my initial feelings on the thing. Oh, hello. Nice to see you again, Colgate on the Tap. How are you doing today? He adds a quote. Be the first guy to suck blood from what nobody yet has sucked blood from. Be the first guy to suck blood from what nobody yet has sucked blood from. I mean, sure, if you have that goal, fine, go ahead. I suppose every time you get like a deep cut on your arm or your fingers, like a deep paper cut or something, you will be the first guy who sucked blood from that paper cut, right? That's what you do, right, when you get that? It just... So, yeah, sure. I guess. Alright. Colgate on tab says, but are you the first to suck blood from that finger? I mean, I don't know. I would assume. I would assume that I'm the first. I don't have memory of anyone else doing it. Colgitinotap says it was probably some mosquito. Well, it depends on how you define it, right? I don't suck blood from the finger, I suck blood from the wound. And if I suck blood from the wound, I am the first one. But from the finger, maybe not. Alright, Joshua Stone did this anyway. Colgitinotap says, true. So I've been... Right? I was the guy who sucked blood from what nobody... Like, the quote works for me, right? Just like the... Maybe if it was a mosquito, but that mosquito is dead, so what do I care about that mosquito who was the first, right? Right? I don't know if a mosquito was first on all my fingers, or if I was first on some of them. It doesn't matter, but because the mosquito is dead, also, I wouldn't call a mosquito a guy, so... The quote is not relevant for the quote, it was all me. I take credit. I decide to take credit, even just wish the mosquito away. It doesn't matter, it's just a mosquito. Alright, my bias, someone is on a power trip here. Someone says the code is changed to adapt some paths to JDK, Java development kits, and there's no functional changes. I don't get why you're being so unreasonable. Someone is actually investing their free time here to make your application available somewhere and ready to handle all the related maintenance. Yeah, right? The application description makes it that in no way this package is affiliated with the Multi-MC project, even though it is not technically required by the license, even if Multi-MC was a registered trademark. Okay, so you do not have respect. So you have no respect for anyone either. Yeah, this is just some dude on a power trip. Power trip? I don't like this person. Man, I'm fast on judgments, eh? Very fast. The judgment, the discussion called Gittinotap is that this is a GitHub. Someone created a multi-launcher for Minecraft that lets you manage multiple instances of Minecraft to do stuff. Then that dude felt, oh, I'm done with it. I'll leave it to someone else, this guy, to maintain it. Then some third guy comes in and says, hey, I want this package as a flat pack, so I'm gonna do that. Then he made a flat pack out of the multi-MC package. This guy shows up and says, I don't want this. This is not okay. You're violating the license. This is not multi-MC. You have to take it away. You cannot... Right? This dude did not create it. And his power trip is he is the maintainer of multi-MC, and the power trip is him, right? He has a position of power since he is the maintainer, and someone else did something with it. And he just shows up and says, you're not allowed to do this. This is my baby. You are not allowed to do this. That's my bias. This is what I read. You're violating. You made changes to it. This is not. No means no, right? I don't want this to exist just because he does not want this to exist. It should not exist. That's what he thinks. I wonder how he ended up in with an open source thing at all. Well, with an Apache license. I wonder how this guy ended up here. Either way, all right. Right? And he makes it all about him, right? You have no respect for anyone either. I like this dude, right? Just saying, oh, this code, it's great stuff. Somebody just spread it to the masses, right? These people just want to help other people. They want something and they want it to be readily available to other people. Right? That's the motivation. This dude, what's his motivation? Protecting his ego? Feeling superior to other people? Not letting other people play with his toys. Very childish. Colgate Untitled says, so people disagree on whether something should exist. Yeah. He thinks because someone else played with his toys, they should not be allowed to make this. Toys in this manner would be software. Alright, Barthalion says, I have mentioned you purely out of respect, but sadly, I don't think we're gonna get anywhere with this. Yeah, right. He gave credit where credit is due, right? He said, I took this and I just made it into a flat pack. And this dude says, oh, this is... I don't know. Alright. And then someone's quoting, this distribution is not verified by, affiliated with, or supported by the multi-MC team, right? They say, it's not supported, we're doing our own thing. Where are your bug tracker and other support channels for problems with the bundled app? Where are your bug tracker? I don't want this to go anywhere. It should not exist. I will not support it. I mean, it's fine. You don't have to support it. Nobody... I mean, what are you even doing here? This is not your project. That's what it says. It should not be... It should not use the multi-MC name. And I do not want the maintenance or support of this to ever be forced upon me or any of the people who ever contributed to the project. I mean, I get this point, right? Oh. So that's where he's coming from. If we're making a generous interpretation, let's make a generous interpretation. It was more fine here, right? He's explaining his position here. He does not care about flat packs. He does not want the flat pack, and he wants nothing to do with it. He does not want more responsibility, maybe, right? It kind of seems like that's right. And he does not want any more responsibility. It's fine with having the multi-MC responsibility, but he does not want the flat pack thing. And he is afraid that whoever started this will just start it and then it's gonna stop working when he does things with multi-MC, and then people will start, since it has the name multi-MC and multi-MC not the flat pack multi-MC not working, they will come bother Peter IX about this project, and he does not want that. And that's understandable, right? Now we can understand his position and say, well, it's maybe not a power trip. He's just going about it all wrong, which is, I mean, fair. This is... Okay, he's a maintainer of a multi-Minecraft launcher, right? He is not a diplomat, as far as I'm aware. Oh, a power trip, again, Colgate on tap, is when someone is in a position of power and just abuses that power just because they enjoy the power. A power trip, right? You can trip on drugs or narcotics or whatever, right? You can be on a sugar trip, right? If you drink a lot of sugar, you get a sugar high. That's a sugar trip. You can drink a lot of caffeine and you be on a caffeine trip, right? A power trip is when you use a lot of power and maybe abuse other people and just being above other people and stepping on them. That's a power trip. Like, if you have had a bad teacher that has used his power over you to do stuff that was not relevant for whatever you were studying, and you was pissed about that teacher doing stuff unfairly just because that teacher could give you grades, that teacher is on a power trip. But He does things just to feel powerful. Does that make sense, Colgate on tap as a power trip? And that's what he, like, that's his initial thing. It's just, it seems like he's on a power trip. I want this deleted, right? It's all about him. Just because he has the power, he get to decide. Right? I can imagine, like, in the Colosseums and the gladiators and stuff like that, when you have the, I don't know if you've seen gladiators, but right, when you decide who lives and who dies by the thumbs up, and you just wait for the people to beg you to make a whatever decision, and that feeling of, oh, this feels so great, that's a power trip. Right? If you go to a Twitch channel where someone decides to just ban everybody, like ban anyone who says something they don't agree with, that's a power trip. Because people like to feel powerful. Yeah. But this is, from this we can make a generous interpretation. And we can say that, well, he's going about, like, if this is his goal, that's the generous interpretation I can get, that the generous goal is that he does not want this responsibility. And my view then is, that's fine. And asking them not to use the multi-MC name is also fine. Right? That's what he should be leading with. It shouldn't be about this project. It's about the name, right? That's what bothers him. Because it will reflect on him. This project will end up on his doorstep, he believes. And therefore, he wants them to just... And I don't see a problem with that. It's like that typical... if you don't like it, fork it. Right? They can fork it and give it another name in Flatpak. Or just give it another name, right? I mean, that I would consider that polite, right? If the maintainer give this argument, right, if he just says that, I understand, like, what happens is his being a dick about it puts people on the defensive and not being friendly about it. If he starts out with this, maybe he did as well, because we're in the middle of a conversation, right? Maybe he did start out that way. Could be just, could you please use another name? And then I would say then, yeah, sure. Maybe I would ask them to use another name. Colgate Tab says, sounds like something that admins of Facebook secondhand markets are doing. I mean, being in power is it is a trip, right? That's part of the, you probably heard, the power corrupts, an absolute power absolutely corrupts, something like that is the quote, right? It's because it feels good to be in power. And yeah, it feels good, and we tend to go that way. So anywhere a person ends up in a position of power, this is a danger that they might start tripping on that power and behave weird like fuck. And see themselves as the sole proprietor of, well, sole arbiter of making all the decisions. Node owner says, I see Flatpak package as the same as packaging for any distro. Like there's a multi-MC package for NixOS and probably one for Arch or in the AUR. Yeah, it's not even for any distro, right? It's for any repository, right? Flatpak is just its own repository. Just like Arch has 2 repositories and Nix has 1, right? It's considered 1 repository. No, it has 2 at least. Stable and unstable, right? Yeah, there's probably one in Arch or the AUR, yeah? That makes sense to me. If the app doesn't work because it was packaged wrong and some user comes to the multi-MC issue tracker asking for support, you can just ask them to kindly... Could you kindly please issue a... yeah, I would get behind that, right? I'm not saying that he is entitled to make this decision. I'm saying I get why he would have this, right? Like, I'm trying to be a generous interpretation. I'm trying to read this person's mind, and I'm making stuff up as I go along. Right? Because if he's just on a power trip, he can go fuck himself. So I'm trying to get it to be not a power trip. Right? Trying to see it from do an interpretation that I could get behind. Right? I can say that it's fine, I can find it fine that he comes to ask these people to not use the name. It is also fine for those people to say, nah. Right? As you say, like, the flat package is a distribution. Right? If someone, as you say, if they come to him and say, this doesn't work, then he can just be an asshole or no, whatever he can want to do. He says, oh, that's not me. I'm not in charge of that bit. Right? He doesn't even have to ask them to kindly please file an issue with the packager. Right? He doesn't even have to do that. He can just, and I would be fine with that as well, right? He can just say, no, it's not in my sphere of whatever. This here, though, is a power trip. This here is him becoming, like, it's too, like, this is fine. Not this, I suppose. Not this. This is fine. I will not support it. It should not be used. Well, could you please not use the MC name would be fine. But this is like, we could make that interpretation, so that's fine. And I do not want maintenance or support to this to ever be forced upon me. I mean, that won't ever happen, right? Maintenance and support cannot be forced upon him. I don't see how that happens, right? It cannot be. Cannot be forced upon him. Or any of the people who ever contributed to the project. Node owner continues, Apache licensed software is packaged and distributed in distros all the time. Yeah, I mean, I saw a great fucking video by Mental Outlaw where he argued that, well, all the open source licenses are dumb, everybody should use GNU. And I find that argument to be just fine, just nice. I liked that argument. I like to, right, you wanted my point of view. My point of view is going to be a philosophical, ethical discussion on the thing. I don't really care about the licensing that much, right? Just how I would want the world to exist. Then, yeah, he could ask this of people, and people could feel free to ignore him, no matter the licensing is the way I would want the world to work. Node owner says changing the name is non-trivial. Yep. It requires source code, modification, and a fork. That's it, right? They can have the discussion. He can ask them, and they could fork it. If there is a disagreement, right? They could do that. Actually, that becomes a licensing question. That's it, right? The legality of the thing. It becomes a licensing issue. Because I would probably be okay with some people being the sole proprietors or maintainers or making all the decisions on a package. I don't know. Colgate InnoTap added a quote with a lot of numbers. He added the 12 smallest perfect numbers. Oh, nice. The last one got kind of big, didn't it? Noderunner says, I don't like it when people claim that force is involved in an obviously voluntary situation. It feels manipulative. Yeah, it's a rhetorical tool, right? Right? It's it's an appeal to emotion. It's a rhetorical tool. I mean, you don't like them, and I don't know if I would call it. Well, what is rhetoric about? It's about manipulation. What is his objective here? He's trying to make people do what he wants. He's trying to manipulate them to do what he wants. So I'm not against him arguing that. For me, it just makes him look dumb, right? From my point of view, right? It makes him look dumb. Forced upon me. But that's my interpretation. I can also see other people being... Pragmatically, I don't see any problem with that. Oh, hello, Blasphemous. Nice to see you again. Says, I hate appeal to emotion. Fuck feelings. I don't mind. Right? I want everybody to study rhetorics in school so they won't be fooled by that ugly rhetorics, as I call it. I call it ugly rhetorics. I don't mind it. I just wish more people would be trained in rhetorics to spot it and maybe not do it themselves, because in my mind it just, for me, it has the opposite effect from what he wants it to have, right? Nodeowner says also it shouldn't matter if he wants flat package or not. The license is what matters. I mean, I suppose the license is what matters. It becomes a licensing issue, so the discussion, right? But that ends our discussion as well if we take that stance, Noderunner, because then this whole discussion is mute, right? The whole discussion is pointless, and therefore us discussing it is pointless. So we can suspend our disbelief and say that the licensing doesn't matter. Let's say that it had some other license, or that the licensing issues has not been fixed. Like, practically, that is what works, right, in the letter of the law, right? If it would be a legal dispute. But let's talk about it as an etiquette dispute. Etiquette, maybe ethics. It feels more like etiquette, right? Some maintainer does not want people to distribute, right? I don't know, it's probably a GitHub somewhere. We could say maybe he has the same thing about all the repositories, right? All the repository entries. Maybe he has that same idea to all of them, and he just don't want that. He wants people to build it themselves from Git. Because people end up from all these places and asking him for help, and he does not want that attention, or he wants everybody to come and talk to him. He wants to be able to give them an answer. Whatever. Some sort of generous interpretation. I'm trying my hardest here, right? I'm trying my hardest not to just go the power trip route, because it looks like the power trip routes. Blasphemous says, okay, let's do a webinar on fallacies. Ooh. That would be fun, wouldn't it, Blasphemous? Webinar, well, just going through fallacies. That's actually quotes worth adding to the quotes list. Just do all the fallacies, just add them. Add all the in the quotes list, and we can talk about each fallacy when they end up, when someone calls that quote. Nodeowner says, this is clearly more of a human issue than a license issue. Exactly right. That's, if it was a licensing issue, the discussion is already over, right? The discussion was over... where is it? Right. Here, the discussion was over, really, right? From here, it's not a discussion about the actual thing. From now on, it's just a human issue about, etiquette and stuff like that. Colgatin on tap adds a quote, all fallacies. Nice. That's all fallacies, exactly. Maybe you should add the quote, all fallacies. Colgatin on tap says, don't worry, the mods got you. It's great. Thanks for your contribution. Oh, I don't know if you saw that, but I did add, if you add %, well, if you, actually, let's try that again. Can you try and get quote 69, any of you, see if it works? I think I fixed it. If you just try exclamation point, mark, quote, and then 69. Ah, it works. Look at that. And I've added so we get the number of the quote in the end. I don't know if that's the best way to do it. Because I added the delete quote thing as well, so people can delete quotes that are they don't like. Oh, I don't have that though. Yeah, do the we can do it like this. All right. I think that kind of makes sense, right? You just add quote, and wherever in that quote, you just add the % and the nick. Oh, there we go, %nick. Maybe I should change it to username. And it only responds, right? It only uses, like it used Colgatin on tap when Colgatin on tap called the quote. Colgatin on tap says do it m/n, where m is index of quote and n is amount of quotes. I don't know why you do the @ sign, Colgatin, blasphemous. Ah, there we go. Oh, maybe you should get... Yeah, it had an @ in there. Instead of /m as it is now. I don't quite understand. Oh, you want it to be like 69 off and then the total number of quotes. So you know... So you know how many there are? Is that it? Why do you want to know how many there are, by the way? And if we start deleting quotes, that won't necessarily work out completely. Some of the quotes will get removed, the idea, but then added quotes will be added on to it, I suppose. I suppose. Let me just add that to the to-do list. Show quote quotes number. Sure, I can fix that. That's an easy fix to do, so if you want it that way, it's fine. Oh, fuck, we were in the middle of this thing. Alright. No respect. Would you kindly remove it, right? Oh. And it is you who's being unreasonable. Not willing to take no as an answer. Yeah, he's got it all wrong, right? He's got it all flipped around. He's saying that he does not want the responsibility of this thing, and then, like, right? I don't want this support of this. I don't want it to be mine. And then he claims that it's his, right? He's trying to have his cake and eat it too, right? Oh, I don't want this to be a thing, but I want to be in charge of it. It's like that. It doesn't really make sense, does it? Right? You have to make up your mind here, Peter. Either you want to be in charge, and you can ask, can I please be in charge of this thing? And they will say no, and that's the end of this. Or you can ask them, could you please remove it? And they will say no, and that's the end of it. Or you can ask them, could you please change the name? They will say no, and that's the end of it, right? That is, for me, that's the etiquette thing to do, right? You can ask them and argue for it, but it's, who is it that is not taking no for an answer, right? Who is it really? Who is it really that is not taking a no for an answer right here and at this situation? It's Peter himself. Right? But I guess it's fine that they are being unreasonable. Right? They are not reasoning with him because his reasoning system is kind of weird and can't be followed along, right? Since he does this thing where... what's that called? Isn't this... there's a word for it. This type of manipulation. Right? I don't want to be in charge and then behave like you are in charge. Gaslighting. Isn't that gaslighting? Isn't that similar to gaslighting? I think so. Blasphemous says, would the number at the end look better formatted, like in parentheses or brackets? Sure. What do you want? Make a decision. For me, it doesn't matter either way. I'm happy either way. Probably brackets. Yeah, that would make sense with the... yeah, let's go with the brackets. Let me just add. So it would look like this. Like 69 out of... I think there's like 80 of them now. Like this. Oh, wait, let me do that. So it would look like that. That kind of works out, I think. Oh, that's... here I was. Colgate on tap says yes, but they can change their mind. Oh, fuck, I missed the context of that. I need to catch up. Who can change their mind about what? No Donor says, I just wanted to point it out that I had no involvement in this besides being a user of both Flatpak and Multi-MC. I just stumbled onto this. Yeah, it was an interesting thing to stumble onto. But I'm happy to read when you stumble onto and want to talk about something or just what you think. I mean, you haven't said what you think. But I'm happy to, yeah. I like reading stuff and talking about stuff. Colgate Inotap asks, what's gaslighting? Actually, I'm not 100% sure. Gaslighting. All these big words for my small brain. It's not big words. Just because you haven't heard a word doesn't make it... like, just because you don't know a word doesn't make the word big. It's just... you haven't heard it before. Blasphemous likes brackets. Alright, we're going with brackets. Commands. Peter? Peter is a big word for you. Alright. Plasma says, I found out if I add cpufreak.off equals to 1 to my kernel parameters, my games that felt like they were running slow on slow motion like Horizon Zero Dawn and Immortal Phoenix Rising now run at full speed. Oh. It was a CPU thing. Alright. Interesting. NodeOwner says, it would be nice if this app was packaged in Flatpak because I could play Minecraft without having Java installed system-wide. It would be confined to the Flatpak. Yeah, like, if we're just talking about how I want the world to look, I would want all packages always to be available on all repositories, right? In all the repositories. That seems great, right? I fucking hate that not all videos and all movies are available on YouTube or wherever, right? Or Netflix, right? I would want to have it all available actually on YouTube and Netflix. And Pirate Bay, right? I would want all different like distribution repositories or whatever. I would want them to have access to all the things. That would be the best, and that would be the goal to strive for in my mind. That's... And actually, I'm having difficulties. I'm really biased about the thing as well, because I am having difficulties seeing what the opposite political view, right? People who want to restrict it all, what sense it would make to do that. Blasphemous says, do they not want to make Flatpaks for proprietary software? Right. Some people do, Blasphemous, and some people don't. I think it's a separate issue, right? Some people want to spread it all around and let it be everywhere. Other people want to monopolize. And part of me thinks that the people who wants to monopolize, but I'm trying not to, but it seems like, yeah, they don't want the responsibility, could be an argument, but I think mostly, right? But that's easily fixed, right? Well, you're not responsibility for this. You're not the maintainer of this repository, so it's not up to you, right? So that argument falls flat, as NodeRunner pointed out earlier, that argument falls flat. So the only thing that's left, in my mind, unfortunately, is power tripping. And power tripping isn't not really, I mean, that's corrupt, and I don't like corruption. Power tripping is corrupt, yeah. NodeOwner says, Free Software Foundation approved Linux distros won't allow proprietary software, right? Free Software Foundation approved Linux distros won't allow proprietary software, right? Yep. They want to, well, allow. Allow is a strong word for it. They are not in a position to allow or disallow anything. They put them on their approved list or not put them on approved list, right? They are not in a position to allow or disallow. He continues, and I think most users want or expect that. That the Free Software Foundation don't put proprietary software, like they don't allow that onto their approved lists. I mean, I suppose that's they allow it onto the list or not. Yeah, I would want that. I would want the Free Software Foundation to have, like, they have their guidelines, and their guidelines is no proprietary software. Personally, I don't mind using some proprietary software because, like, there's a balancing act. Right. My function is more important than it being open source. Like, it working for me is more important than it being open source for me personally. Alright, I know I'm a bit behind, but gaslighting is a form of psychological manipulation in which a person or a group covertly like secretly, sows the seeds of doubt in targeted individuals or groups, making them question their own memory, perception, or judgment. No, so it's not gaslighting. It was not an example of gaslighting. Well, it's kind of is, right? It's difficult to spot gaslighting. Right? He's sowing the seeds that I don't want to be in charge, and that's the way you want to think, but right, this here, like, this could lead to someone questioning it, like he's calling someone unreasonable and not taking no as an answer when it is him who's not taking no for an answer. Right? If you fall victim to gaslighting, it's usually not as explicit as this. It happens, right? When gaslighting happens, you are not aware that it happens. Then you start questioning yourself, right? Gaslighting would be, am I unreasonable? If they, well, like, that's his thing, right? He wants them to think that they are unreasonable and not taking no as a, right? Not willing to take no as an answer. But that's not even it, right? He's painting himself as the arbiter of being the decision maker. So it's vague. Gaslighting, the idea is vague. It may evoke changes in them such as cognitive dissonance or low self-esteem, rendering the victim additionally dependent on the gaslighter for emotional support. Yeah, right. Right. The power, he wants to make the decision. The validation, right? He wants to validate or not validate. That's a typical sign of a gaslighter, right? He wants to be the one in decision, or she, I mean. Using denial or misdirection, that's misdirection, right? Contradiction, yep, and disinformation, yeah. All of those things happened, right? Gaslighting involves attempts to destabilize the victim and delegitimize the victim's beliefs. Yeah, it is gaslighting. These together are gaslighting. Right? I think I'm understanding that correctly. Blasphemous says, Cider should only play open source games / sarcasm. I am planning to start funneling open source games into it. Nodonor says, yeah, if it were obvious, it wouldn't work. Exactly. That's part of why studying rhetorics and like logic and, well, and philosophy and stuff like that is the better you are at spotting, like doing the rhetoric thing, the better you are at spotting this. And that's, in my mind, that's a political, like a sociological benefit, right? Society benefits from people not doing this and not being manipulated by it. I think gaslighting as a thing, the more it happens, the worse that is for society. That's my political belief. My opinion is that this is bad for society. And I would want a society that tries to work against this type of bullshit. Right? Usually, right, we portray it like this Peter here is intentionally manipulating people. And he's not doing that. It's the way his mind works. This is, right, who is the gaslighter? That is the narcissist, right? The person who is on a power trip is the gaslighter. Right? Just like, yeah, gaslighting is subtle, not only for the people who get gaslit, but for the gaslighters themselves. They're usually, not always, but usually they're not aware of what they're doing, right? And that's my generous interpretation, right? I would say mostly they are not aware of what they're doing. Right? Don't attribute malice to something that easily can be explained by ignorance. Blasphemous says, I don't think those two statements equate to gaslighting. Oh? You might be going into semantics mode. How do you mean, Blasphemous? Just because it's not subtle? This is not very subtle, so therefore maybe it's not gaslighting. But you just say, I don't think these two statements. Which two statements and why not? Colgate in on tab changed the title to Path of Semantics led us into exile. Oh man. That hurt a little. It hurt a little. Path of Semantics led us to exile. Yeah, that's story of my life. Story of my life. Colgate in on tab. Right? But isn't this, right? I don't want this to go anywhere. Like he's trying to be the validator, right? Yeah, he's definitely trying to be the validator, right? Now kindly remove it. He is the one we answer to. He's trying to make that, right? That is how he sees the world, right? And he's trying to make us see the world in his way. And though, right, from another perspective, he is not, right? He is not the maintainer. He's not even close to being the maintainer. He's just some dude who started a discussion on this GitHub, right? It's a part of FlatHub. It was someone else who started it, right? Someone else is doing it. Was it Barthalion? No, it was Joshua Stone. Joshua Stone is the one that does the thing, right? Not him. So he's... Well, yeah, like it's... It could be considered... Gaslighting is a big fucking term, right? Covertly, like... Yeah, I get behind that. It sows doubt. It is subtle doubt, I would say. Making them question their own... Well, this is the problem, right? Memory, perception. There we go. Perception. It would work out as perception. Lasman says, so he's just some random guy? No. He is the maintainer of the package, the app. He is the maintainer of Multi-MC. Someone made a Flatpak. Like someone maintains a Flatpak of it. Someone makes a Flatpak of Multi-MC, and he thinks that he is the one in charge of the Flatpak. But he's not. Joshua, there we go. Joshua Stone is the maintainer of the Flatpak, right? This dude is just the maintainer of the actual package. No, says Peter is the maintainer of Multi-MC. Exactly. I'm sorry, Blasphemous. Cider is confusing me now. Try drinking less. I'm gonna drink some more. Alright. Joshua has a Flatpak. Peter has Multi-MC. Peter, for some reason, does not want the Flatpak to exist. And he wants to tell Joshua Stone to take it off, right? Take it offline. Remove it. For whatever reason. Peter thinks that he is in charge. But he's obviously not, because he is not the maintainer of this Flatpak thing. Joshua is. Right? Joshua has the actual power. Right? Joshua is the one in control here. And Peter is trying to make it so, change the perspective to be that he is the one in control, not Joshua. You pronounce Joshua like a Swede. Oh, so what is it? Joshua? Is that it? Joshua. I pronounce it like a Swede. Joshua. Okay. Lasman says, is there some rule about having to get permission to make a flatpack? It's part of the licensing, but we left that behind. I think we left it behind just before you arrived. That it is a licensing issue. The actual discussion ended here. We made it to, we flipped it around to be about etiquette and ethics, right? Peter, the discussion is actually over here. This whole discussion is mute because Peter X is wrong, just wrong about in the letter of the law, right? Letter of the law. So yeah, they are following the rules. Joshua is following the rules. Just in the letter of the law. Colgate on tab says, has Big Follows Automod catched any bots? Wait, Big Follows Automod? Catched any bots? I haven't tried to catch any bots. Colgate on tap. Well, Automod. Oh, well, no. Oh, I get it now. Automod. I was thinking of my headspace was with my bot. But no, I don't think so. I don't think that Automod has caught any bots. I don't... But I have Automod set on the weakest setting, right? So I don't think it's trying to catch the big follow bots. Lasma says, are people coming to him complaining about Flatpak not being updated or something? I don't know. I don't think so. He is claiming that they will, but I'm saying that that is gaslighting. I'm saying this is gaslighting. I don't want... I mean, I can understand that this is where he's coming from. He does not want this responsibility. Even if people came to him, he could just say, oh, that's not my... Right? It cannot be forced upon him, right? So he can just say, oh, that's not my responsibility. And that's it. If people would come to him. Lasma says, I think this guy is more so... Wait. I think this guy is more so just being an asshole. Oh, yeah. He's on a power trip. A narcissistic power trip. Right? I'm trying to find an interpretation of this guy's behavior other than that, but that's the only way, like a narcissistic power trip. That's the only explanation so far I've found for his behavior. I've tried to find something more generous, but that's... Right. As I said, this gaslighting is in the realm... Right. When we're talking about gaslighting, we're in the realm of narcissistic behaviors. And this is it. He's on a power trip. I am the arbiter. I make all the decisions. I'm in power. Ha ha ha. You all plebs have to follow what I say. All the world belongs to me. Right? That's the emotional headspace Peter is in here. By the way, Node Runner, is there more interesting stuff, or... I kind of feel like it's just gonna be derailing and people just gonna be... continue being ruder and ruder and meaner to each other. It feels like that's the way, because that's... Right? People are being unreasonable. They have the complete opposite views on this, right? People have the complete opposite axiom, starting out point. So I don't see them agreeing upon anything. I think some good points are raised. All right, let's keep going then. Lasma says, if I had a project, I wouldn't want people bothering me about a flatpack I have nothing to do with. Exactly, yeah. And that's, I think we said that before you came. I would be fine with someone asking, could you please change the name? I don't want people coming to me with this issue. But also, if they say no, that's it. The discussion is over, right? Yeah, I wouldn't want people bothering me over that either, but he is not in a position to do anything about that. Controlling what other people do, that's not in the realm of anyone's. Right? Nobody controls your agency. Your agency is yours, right? If someone comes to you and bother you about this thing, you can ask them to stop, but... Plasma says, let's see what other projects he's part of. Maybe he has had this experience in the past. Oh, probably, right? I mean, I'm happy just assuming that he has had this experience in the past. I'm happy assuming that. Nodrunner says, I want to point out that the Apache license was picked by the original creator. Yep. That's not the maintainer, by the way, Blasphemous. This Peter is not the creator. He's just a maintainer. Alright. It is not like Peter picked it. Now he probably can't change it without asking permission from every contributor. Colgate Tab says, it wasn't me, it was the bourgeoisies. Wait, what wasn't you? Alright. This Barthalion is the one taking up the discussion, so he says, at what length would we need to go to make it work? Just removing... Oh, right now. Just remove any URLs that would point to official communication channels, making it even more clear it's not official, even so by adding a welcome window stating this and pointing what is officially supported, or is it a full rename / fork that could satisfy him, right? Yeah. That's actually, this is very clever of him. This is a good rhetorical technique he's using. Right? What Peter is saying is making no sense. So he's saying, make it make sense, right? That's what Barthalion is doing. So that's a good strategy. I would probably not be this clever in that type of discussion. Right? This is another rhetorical trick. Right? One that I wouldn't like. My mind does not work like this. But I can appreciate this for being very clever indeed. Sign into view. Oh no. Do I have sign in stuff? Lasma saying, this is more fun than Path of Exile. It's a different type of fun. I enjoy this. I like the Path of Exile music in the background. Nodonner say, I think nothing will satisfy Peter except unquestioning obedience. Right? Yeah. Lol. Yeah. But that's the narcissistic headspace, right? That's the headspace he is in. I've been thinking and looking into this a lot, right? How do you deal with this behavior, right? And you can't. Right? Changing his attitude, we cannot do that by discussion. He has to himself learn that, right, from experience, that that the world doesn't work the way he thinks it does. Oh, fuck. Actually, Colgate Trap tried to add a death quote, but I broke that, so... fix Adding... empty quotes. That's the quotes that are called when I die, right? When you report a death, I have this like, oh, the sun was in my eyes, and responses like that. You could add those types of quotes as well, calling it in on tap. Oh. Oh. Here. Sorry. Last one says his next post makes sense. Is it this one? I haven't even gotten to this one. He doesn't want people to think he's responsible for it and become legally responsible. Yeah, the first bit there. He will not become legally responsible. That won't happen. They cannot force him to become legally responsible. That is not how it works. That's the gaslighting bit, right? So this will ever be forced upon me. That can't happen. Legally responsible. People thinking he is responsible. That is what he's arguing, right? That is the generous interpretation that we make. That people will think, since it has the multi-MC name, if something doesn't work, it's highly probable that a lot of people will show up on his doorstep saying that this doesn't work. And I understand that sentiment and where he comes from. But that doesn't... I can sympathize with him. But that doesn't, right? What he's telling people to do does not follow from it. It's not even close to follow from it. And this is a completely different project. What he can do within his own project is like put in all caps the first thing you see. If you have a problem from a repository, go there, don't come here. He can tell people to fuck off, right? That is what he can do. He cannot come in here and just bombastically demand that they remove it. He can't do that, right? Like, kindly. That's also gaslighting, right? He's pretending he's all friendly about it. He's pretending he has control and that he's all friendly, and they are the people that are unreasonable. Alright. But I like that rhetoric. Right. There are plenty of reasons for this, by the way. Actually, let's see. Current death count, 21 times in Path of Exile, eh? Rasmus says, I can see why he is pissed off about it. Yeah, of course. Of course I can see why he's pissed off about it. Of course. He has genuine emotions about it. It's just... his solutions to these emotions that he have are... they're mad. He's gone crazy. Plasma says, except for Cider's cup? Wait. Ah! Alright, it was the quote. The theory of communism may be summed up in one sentence. Abolish all private property. Except for my cup. My cup is important. Don't abolish that. But that's the theory of communism, right? No, that's private property. That's personal property, right? So communism is not against personal property, I think. Colgitin on tap says, oh, it was for adding death quotes. Yes. I thought it was for getting death quotes. No. The death quotes are rare. You only get them when I die. Blasphemous says, if I had a project and someone added a crack to it, it would be very... I would be very cautious of anyone trying to do something similar. Just fork it and rename it. But like, all right, Blasphemous. If you go to the AUR, the Arch User Repository, and something does not work, do you go to the maintainer of the AUR package, or do you go to the maintainer of the actual package? Right? You go to the maintainer, right? Right? You would prefer to have it, like, if it's not in the Arch repository, you would like it to be in the Arch user repository. And the third step is going to the Git, right? And just building it from source, or just getting from GitHub, right? That's the path you go. You go to the Arch repository, which is maintained by who? Not the creator of the packages. That's maintained by Arch, right? The distributors of packages are different people than the maintainers of the packages. Blasphemous says, I don't go to anyone, I'll just make my own package build. Alright, that is what you do. You take it straight from GitHub, all your packages. Do you do that with all your packages? I don't believe you. I just don't believe you. I don't believe you. I'm pretty sure that you have a lot of packages that comes with Arch. Just GCC, for example. Do you have GCC? The GNU-C compiler? Did you make your own? Get my point? Where there's a infrastructure in place, right? We have an infrastructure in place. You don't have to use it. I use it myself, right? I first go here, then I go here, and then I go to GitHub. That's how I do it. And, right, you do have a lot of packages from here, right? And we can click like any old package here, like go here. Maintainers, right? Maintainer upstream URL. What we're talking about someone maintaining a package in a repository. In our example, this is Joshua Stone, right? Joshua Stone. You can go to the upstream URL, and Joshua Stone is not here, right? The maintainer of this package, is not Antonio Rojas, right? Antonio Rojas is an Arch person, not a KDE person. Just like Joshua here is a Flatpak person, not a multi-MC person. Peter is a multi-MC person, and he wants to go and tell Flatpak Joshua what to do with his Flatpaks. Right? Blasphemous says, if a package is broken or doesn't exist, I will just make my own. Oh yeah, you would not go. Now I get it. Yeah. You would not go to Peter, you would not go to Joshua, you would just do it yourself. Cider forgets the context in which I am replying to him. Oh man. You would not go to either of them. But you could also, right? You could also see that a lot of people would make that mistake, right? Blasphemous says, if you look through enough projects on GitHub, you'll see people going to them and complaining about Flatpaks causing an issue. Yeah. Right? And as I've said, like, plenty of times, I must have said it like 10 times already, I understand where Peter's coming from. That's a generous interpretation. He does not want to deal with this happening. Right? And that makes a lot of sense to me. That Peter does not want to deal with that. I wouldn't want to deal with that. I don't see how anyone would want to deal with that, right? That has got to be annoying. However, that does not, like, etiquette-wise, right? I'm not even talking legal-wise, because legal-wise he doesn't have a leg to stand on. But I would say, like, etiquette-wise, he does not have a leg to stand on. Etiquette-wise, the KDE people do not have a leg to stand on telling Antonio Rojas what to do or stop doing this, right? Stop maintaining this. Etiquette-wise, right? My opinion is that that is the way it works, because I don't see why they would, right? Maintainer is a bit like, he's a distributor, if we call him a distributor. Yeah, if we call Antonio here a distributor, them telling him not to distribute or to distribute, the etiquette of the thing, I cannot be on the side of Peterix. I sympathize. I do sympathize. We'll read some more, but Blasphemous, that's why I say just fork and rename. Then everyone is happy, but that's... Everyone is not happy. The users are not happy. Right? Could you imagine every package on here having a different name? That's... Right? That's where... What I said is that what Peter should have done, rather than doing this gaslighting bullshit and power tripping, he should have said, right, I don't want to be in this. I haven't even read all this. This is probably gonna be good points. But as far as we've come right now, he could go to Joshua and say, could you please fork and rename to make me happy? Joshua Stone says, that would not make me happy. I will not. Right? I will not fork and rename. I want to keep the name Multi-MC. Just like Arch Linux wants to keep the name... They want to keep the name GCC. They don't want to rename it. Because if the maintainers, like giving that power to the maintainers of the packages, we would need to fork and rename everything. Potentially, right? Potentially, we would have to fork and rename everything. And that would be bad for the general infrastructure. Yeah, that would be bad. If all the KDE stuff on Arch were called KDE, but if you went to Linux Mint, they were called, I don't know, Poopface, whatever, just having a completely different name. That would be dumb. That would be dumb. Yeah. Indeed. Blasphemous says, I stay out of these arguments when people are just unreasonable. I mean, also your argument, everyone is happy argument, does fall flat. If everyone was happy with forking and renaming, that is what would have happened, right? If Joshua was happy with forking and renaming, then that is what he would have done. Obviously, he is not happy about it, because that is not what he did. And that's why this dude pointed out, right? So what do you want? What do you want? What lengths do we have to go, right? Nodrunner said that earlier, right? Renaming, forking and renaming is a non-trivial matter. They just want a quick flat pack for people to enjoy. If it took all this extra work, maybe they would not do it at all. which is kind of what Peter X wants, right? He wants it gone. That's what he said. That's how he started. I don't want this to exist. I want this thing deleted. At no point should this be allowed to exist. That was his point, right? He wants it gone. And I can't get behind that. I'm for all the distributions, right? I don't like monopoly like that. I don't want GitHub to have monopoly on all the stuff. I don't want Arch Linux repositories to have monopoly on the packages. I don't want Microsoft to have monopoly on packages. I don't want Apple to have monopoly on packages. I don't want anyone to have monopoly on the packages. I want anybody, whatever infrastructure they have, like in the perfect world, in my utopia, all the packages would be available on all the platforms. Like all the videos would be available on all the video and streaming platforms. And all the music would be available on all the music platforms, right? That's what I would want to see. All the platforms. And then you could use the platforms that you like based on the platform, not based on what availability it has. It gives me more freedom. It surprises me, Blasphemous, that you would, like, I'm not saying you're on the other side of that argument, but you're close by. But I'm assuming you're just doing that to make me happy. Right? It doesn't have to be your personal beliefs, it's just making me happy by arguing with me. I enjoy this. I do enjoy this for sure. Alright, Blasphemous continue. This is different though, where you're dealing with proprietary software and legal issues can come up easily. Yeah, here, it's probably something that happens here. So let's read his argumentation, Peter X. Multi-MC handles user credentials and enforces DRM on behalf of Mojang. I had to ask Snap people to take down one of those because people put up a cracked version on the Snap repos. And this is why whataboutism seems like such a good idea. Because a cracked version is something completely different. This is not a cracked version, right? The cracked version had to be taken down. Equating the two... Thankfully, they had the decency... Oh, he's such an asshole, this guy. Alright. To take it down, and I didn't have to figure out how to follow up on that. Again, he will not have been responsible for a cracked version, right? That's the person doing the cracking. That's like saying someone made a game, someone else cracked the game, therefore the game someone maintained the game. Someone else cracked that game, therefore the maintainer of the game... No, yeah. They are responsible and could be taken to court. That's not how it works. Again, that falls flat. He is not responsible for what someone else does. That's not his responsibility. He's behaving like it is. It isn't. Blasphemous says, what you want and what can possibly come from it is separate. Yes, very much so. And you can take steps trying to achieve what you want and achieve your goals. Peter X is not very good at that in a diplomatic sense. Right? His goal is this taken down. He's not doing a very good job of it. He's being very rude about it because he, in his mind, believes that it is his decision to make. Right? Yeah, he believes that. I'm not saying that you're doing something wrong in this regard. But I do not have the time or inclination to audit what you do on an ongoing basis. I'm in the same relationship with Mojang MS, very unofficial. Actually, this is a legal question, right? That I'm not aware of, but I would assume, and you know what they say about people who do assume, that legally, I would assume that he is not responsible of someone else's actions. I cannot see how, on a legal basis, like a legal system based on him, like, of Joshua doing something, making him legally culpable. If that were the case, if this is the case, then yes, if he is legally responsible, then I would have to just back him. How much gaslighting, whatever he does. But if he legally was responsible, but that again, I would not put that. Yeah, but that legal system would have to fall apart. Because, like, oh, anybody could blame their actions on anybody else. Right? I could do whatever I want on the internet and just say, oh, well, it wasn't me who wrote C, it wasn't me who wrote Linux, therefore I'm not responsible for anything I do with Linux. I can't see how this is a real thing. Nodonor says, I was to very easily find a GitHub fork of MultiMC that has pre-cracked with downloads for Windows, Macs and Linux. Yeah. It's kind of odd that he's attacking Flatpak on those grounds. When A, it is not even cracked, and B, renaming the project and separating it from the original actually makes it harder to find and stop cracked versions, using the naming clause of the Apache license. This really has nothing to do with Flatpak package, and it's silly to bring it up. Yeah. I suppose. Yeah, I would get behind that. I mean, I wouldn't say it's odd that he attacking Flatpak. He would probably, I mean, in his mind, he would probably attack anyone, right? That's why he said, right? He attacked Snap as well, for the same reason. But yeah, this falls flat. For me, anyway. And yeah, there are builds with DRM disabled. Yeah, actually answers your criticism. With DRM disabled or cracked copies of MultiMC floating around on the internet, I wish there weren't, because it's a liability. This is what I get stuck on. I don't see it as a liability. Lastman says, it can be a very gray area. Some people just don't want to take the risk. That would lead us into another, and I hope you would agree that if I do something criminal with this machine, Linux Torvalds would not be culpable. And anyone, or actually even accepting a gray area, is unacceptable, right? It has to be unacceptable. It has to be. Right? We should hang all the gun creators, or that works that with creating guns, because they are responsible for all the gun murders. I can't wrap my head around it. I don't understand how it can be a gray area. How that is allowed to be a gray area. Right? Nobody, like, if that is allowed to be a gray area, how could you ever create and sell an axe? because axe murder is a thing. So therefore we cannot chop down any trees anymore, because legally creating an axe is dangerous. You might be liable for an axe murder, right? I know you don't like it when I take stuff to the extremes like this, but it's the same logic, right? It's the same logic. Right? Someone else takes something he did and used it for breaking the law, and therefore he is responsible. That is the black and white of the argument, right? And you can replace the something and something with whatever you want to. The logic stays the same. But Alright. Blessman says, for instance, people release a project to hack the Switch, but do not include the parts to play copied games. They have still closed down their projects because of legal responsibility. Alright. But that's... Yeah, I get what you're saying. Alright, I get the gray area. But it's not really gray. It's about one law and another law. So what they have done, the Switch people have... then that's the typical proprietary thing, right? That they have within their terms of agreement and whatever, all that stuff, that you're not allowed to crack it. Right? They have broken it's a different legal responsibility, right? It's a different legal responsibility. Just like make the thing that he could get in trouble for is if Mojang made it in their legal documentation that you are not allowed to create a launcher. Right? And then Petrix would be fucked. And that is how it has to work legally for, in your example as well, right? The hackers that hack and crack open the Switch, they are the people that... I think so, anyway. Because, again, a gray area like that has to be unacceptable for all the lawyers. Colgate Untitled adds a quote, No one expects the Spanish Inquisition. Our chief weapon is surprise, fear, and surprise. Two chief weapons, fear and surprise, and ruthless efficiency. Among our chief weapons are fear, surprise, ruthless efficiency, and a near fanatical devotion to the Pope. I'll come in again. Oh man, I love Monty Python. Nodonor says, Microsoft are going to do what they're going to do. What they will with the DRM/user credentials. They could change their whole system and break multi-MC. In fact, they already did this when they made everyone migrate over to Microsoft accounts. Multi-MC still doesn't work with the new account system even today. Yeah. And that is a reason. That is a viable reason to fork. Right? Peter X, like with this, he might do something just to break. Right? That is within his purview, right? Because he is maintaining multi-MC. Well, it doesn't work, but he could, in theory, just start changing stuff just to break it for the flat hub. That would be an efficient approach to getting what he wants. And I wouldn't fault him, like I would call him out for being an asshole over it. But then he would get the fork. Right? He would get the fork. He would get his fork and get rid of these damn Flatpak users. That's the way to do it. Lasma says nobody wants to possibly be blamed and to have spent thousands they do not have to fight a show to show that they were not responsible. Oh man, isn't how it works? Innocent until proven guilty? Isn't that how it works, Blasphemous? Innocent until proven guilty? That's the American propaganda. I've seen it over and over and over again. Is that not reality? No Donor says everyone lives with that possibility every day. Yeah. Yeah, nobody wants to be in that situation, right? But I don't see how his back is not safe in this situation, right? Yeah. I don't know. Colgatilon Tab says there's a deck, Magic the Gathering deck called Spanish Inquisition, and indeed nobody expects it. Nice. Blasphemous says innocence doesn't mean shit in America. You'll go broke proving you're innocent. Oh wow. That's... No Donor says he's talking about a civil case, not a criminal case. Oh. So, I mean... Fuck, that... Okay, so I would have to agree with the grey area then. Why Peter... And that actually makes sense why he brings it up. Right? Even with the points you made earlier, Node Runner. What did you say again? It's kind of odd he's attacking Flatpack. Not odd at all. It's not cracked. That is very odd though. Yeah, it's not cracked. That makes it very odd. Yeah, it's... The grey area makes it fucking weird. Because then he is the arbiter to decide. Right? That would make him... Right? That would make him the sole arbiter of making all the decisions. And I don't want to see that in my life. So that's an argument for changing the law to not accept this being a thing, because I personally, politically, I cannot accept that being a thing. Colgatinon says, isn't there an assumption of innocence? Seems like no. I mean, I wouldn't even say assumption of... Like in this example, I wouldn't even talk about innocence in that sense. Like, I would just say that he is not responsible. Right? If you want to... Like, someone making a cracked version of a game, if he has not done it, and it's like... And he has not published it, then someone else randomly on the internet with some other username Colgate says, we have that in Finland. Guilt is proven, not innocence here. But he was talking about a different thing, right? In a civil case, there is no guilty or innocent. Well, no, there is, right? In a civil case, you have a contract, someone broke the contract. They are guilty of breaking the contract. But I'm assuming, my understanding of that statement is that in a civil case, when there's a contract breach, it's not that cut and dry. That there is not an assumption of innocence. Blasphemous says he possibly already had to deal with this. We are not sure what he has been through already regarding the snap. Yeah. And it becomes very difficult, right? Because Petrix is not trustworthy. He has proven not to be trusted. So actually that becomes a problem, because whatever he says, it's like, well... Right? Since, right? Generosity principle is like he has proven, he has shown evidence to be not trustworthy. Therefore, we cannot trust his word on these things. We cannot know. Yeah, we're not sure what he's been through already regarding the snap. I mean, since he's been proving untrustworthy, I would say probably nothing. That pisses me off, that word. Ugh. Colgetinotab asks, what's the difference between a civil and a criminal case? Noderunner answers, a civil case is just a dispute between two parties, like a multi-MC versus Microsoft. A criminal case is the government versus you. Yeah, like, no... Yeah, the contract that has been broken in a criminal case is the contract that the government imposes upon you. The laws of the land. While the contract that has been broken in a civil case is a contract that two parties have laws that they have made together, right? That both have agreed to. You know, all those. I agree to the terms and conditions. Those are not... If you break those, you don't break the law, you just break the terms and conditions. And that would be a civil case then. Blasphemous says, I am for making the flat pack, but also at the same time I realize what issues might come from it. Yeah. This puts Peterix in a terrible fucking position. And that, right, especially if he, right, if, let's say we don't even know, but just the fact that there is a gray area and it possibly could blow back on him and have consequences for him. Why he is so extreme in his language, why he is so upset, makes a lot of sense. It makes even more sense. Yeah. But like, in my ethical discussion, that would be... Right, the ethical discussion about that is then about the law and the civil cases, right? That would be how they are dealt with. I would say that is the problem with this. The problem with this is not Joshua Stone. Joshua Stone did nothing wrong. Right? I'm on the side ethically of Joshua Stone doing this. Legally and the problems, like ethically, I would discuss the system and the ideas that allows Peterix to be in trouble, right? And in this specific version, if this is the case, then Joshua, right? If this is real, which I can't speak to, if this is real, and that possibility might come back to bite Peter in the ass. Well, yeah, I would say that I would still say I would put that on Peter to change the what's it called? The licensing. Change the licensing or give it up. Don't be the maintainer. Don't take this responsibility. That's his two decisions then. Either make his own, like, make himself safe, not by attacking other people. That's make himself safe with his licensing, with his, like, take your own responsibility of making yourself safe. Yeah, that liability, it's not them, it's you, Peter. It's you, it's your responsibility to make yourself safe. And by doing whatever you need to do, either just leave it behind, right? Don't take the responsibility one way or another. Yeah, you cannot go to Joshua. Still going to Joshua is a dumb idea. Nordon says, thankfully they have the decency to take it down. They had the decency to taking it down. Implying Flatpak is not decent even though it isn't even a cracked version. Yeah. I know, that's why it pisses me off. That's why it pisses me off. Nordon says, anyone could start a civil case against anyone else. I could sue Peter over this whole exchange that happened on FlatHub. I probably wouldn't win, and it would be a huge hassle and waste of time for everyone involved, but I could attempt it, which is kind of fucked up, that your life can be derailed so easily by a single vindictive fucker on a litigious company. Yeah, right? Yeah, if you just spend enough time and effort and argument, if you know how to manipulate the courts, like the lawyers do, right? That's their job, pretty much. Manipulating the courts. Ah, that is fucked up. That is fucked up indeed. I don't like it. Nope, not one bit. Wait, how does that work though? I mean, I'm assuming that's like, you could start a civil case, but it would get thrown out immediately, right, Nodrunner? Unless you have like a corrupt lawyer, a corrupt judge, or you just know how to manipulate a judge to take... Alright, yeah, no, the possibility is there. And it's gotta be, right? What's the alternative? That's what says you just worded it correctly, yeah. Yep. I mean, what is the other system? It's like dealing with, like, the preferable thing is being able to deal with the conflict. Like, if there's a conflict between two people, the best thing is if these two people just deal with it. The problem is that these two people might bring guns and deal with it that way. But that's, on the other hand, that's why we have enforced laws. The violence and the thing. So actually, do a society really need to be able to do that? It can, I like society providing the opportunity for conflict resolution, right? To use, like, we have infrastructure that deals with these kind of things, right? And it would be good of society to do that, but I would have to say both parties would have to agree to use that infrastructure, right? That would have to, for it to make sense, right? Not one person just dragging another person unwillingly into it. That conflict resolution would have to be agreed upon, that we can't, like, both the parties would have to agree, we're at an impasse, we don't know how to deal with this. Let's go and ask for help. Not one person. One person making that decision is kind of fucked up, isn't it? No, Donner says, that's what I meant when I said that everyone lives with that possibility every day. Yeah, I was thinking that someone can point you out on a witness stand and then you're fucked as well, right? Just for being at the wrong place at the wrong time. But yeah, would you agree with that? For civil suits, just... Right, I haven't thought about this before, but that's my initial reaction to that. For civil suits to make sense, civil... Well, is that what it's called? Civil cases, there we go. For civil cases to make sense, that would... Both parties would have to agree to do the civil case, right? Because it... Right, it is a service that the government or society, or it's a service that someone provides. And if you have to pay for that service, like it is, right? You have to pay for it. Then both parties would have to agree. No one says that doesn't make sense. Okay. Why not then? Wouldn't both parties have to agree, right? Paying those costs? I mean, it's a service, right? Conflict resolution. I can see the value in it. Why it exists. No donor says, like, you could just violate a contract when the violator is asked to go to court. He says no. Alright, that would be... But that's why you have to accept the contract, right? It's part of the contract that... Like a civil case would be part of it, because you have agreed to the contract. By agreeing to the contract, you agree to the possibility of being in a civil case. Peterix has not agreed to any contract with Joshua Stone. Joshua Stone has not agreed to any contract with Peterix. So that's... I would say that wouldn't... Right? If you violate the contract, and part of the contract is you have to agree that any conflict resolution could be done in a civil case. Right? That's you pre-agreeing. Pre-agreeing that you might have to go to court. But you have agreed to. You cannot just say no because you have already agreed, like legally speaking. No donor says, but there's a lot of situation where someone would know they were in the wrong and just not go to court. Yeah, I mean, that's assuming that there is an objective wrong and right. And there's a conflict. We're talking about conflict resolution, right? There is wrong and right. It does not really matter. It's what I want and it's what you want. That's the conflict. It's what I want and what you want. And it would make a lot of sense for the people who would lose to not go to court, right? Not spend the effort. Isn't that fine? I don't see necessarily why that would be a problem. Someone knowing they would lose in court. Well, they don't know, but they could assume, like, they don't like their odds in court, so therefore they won't go. Isn't that fine? They can just do whatever they want, right? If there is no contract, if there has been no agreement on whatever, like beforehand, then why should the first person in this situation, be allowed to drag whoever is wrong into court? Why would they? If they just because they knew that they would win? I don't... Yeah. But let's say we take a simple example just to make me understand what's going on here. Let's say I'm out on the street walking around, you're out on the street walking around. In the summer, you see me on a hat on, and you say, "Oh man, that's unacceptable behavior, walking out with a beanie on the summertime. You have to take it off." And I'm like, "No. No, actually, let's say we're going to church. We're going to church. And I'm going into the church. And some person in the church, you're in the church, says, "No, you have to take it off." And I say, "No, I'm not gonna take it off." Why should you be able to drag me to court to make me, both take it off or, I don't know, sue me for money, right? Or make me pay damages? If I didn't agree to any rule that claimed, just because you thought it was disrespectful. I let's say even that I knew that the civil court would argue in favor of this person. But I have not signed any contracts with the church. I'm not part of the church. They invited me in. They did not make me sign any contracts before going into the church. But it would still, the general consensus would be that it's disrespectful and should not be allowed, and therefore I would lose. Therefore it would make a lot of sense to me to just not go to court. Why would they be able to drag me into court? Maybe if that was such an important thing, they would instead have me sign the contract before going in. Have the contract say, "You have to take your hat off." And then I would say, "Okay, fuck you then, I'm not going into the church if I have to sign this contract." Making me do an informed decision, rather than someone else just randomly deciding the rules for me. Yeah, I would say, I would say both parties would have to agree for me, from how my worldview works, in that kind of sense that, both parties have to agree. Otherwise, the whole idea is fucked. It's fucked. It's like the people who are good at manipulating courts or whatever, and that is what happens, right? We have what are there? Patent trolls and all that stuff. There are people who just earn money by doing this, just dragging people to court. That's their job. They just find people to prey on and drag them to court, right? That's fucked up. I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. Alright, that was a sidestep out of this. But yeah. Peter should not have to have this fear. That's what I'm saying. I understand that he has, and yeah, he should not have. And if he feels this strongly about it, then that's his responsibility, right? The system he lives in allows this to happen. Therefore, you have to, it's your responsibility. You cannot expect anyone else to do that for you, Peter. Not Joshua, not anyone else. That is up to you. The thing you write here, it's pointless. It's pointless. And it should be pointless. Oh, should it? It can't be anything but pointless. There we go. The game is pretty complicated to get running correctly. The mods and variability in user system is bad enough problem without unofficial builds floating around. It's okay if you mess with the code as an end user and you generally have some idea what you're doing. But if you push this again, he's trying to control other people to decide what we can and cannot do. That's bullshit. I'm not even gonna read it because it's bullshit. If you have read it and disagree and he says something better than that, I'll go back to it, but it seems like bullshit. The license is used to enforce the above. I've considered removing. I haven't read the licenses. I'm not sure about the legal issues. That's black and white. Either he's wrong or he's right. Doesn't really interest me. If he's in the right, then yeah, Joshua Stone should, then part of the license would be accepting responsibility, and that's what we said, right? That would be a legal case then, right? If you're breaking the license. But there was a disagreement, so I don't know about this. But sure, if you're breaking the license, then legally Joshua Stone has no leg to stand on. So that would be the end of that. Future issues with Microsoft authentication. One major upcoming concern is that Microsoft is getting involved with third-party launchers. You will likely not be able to build a full-featured version of the launcher without registered. Why is this relevant? I don't see. You may not be able to make it work. Why does he care if Joshua Stone may or may not make a working thing? That's not. Alright, he continues. Without having a formal relationship with Mojang, implementing MSA correctly, etc. Or without actively trying to impersonate me. I'm not okay with being liable for your actions. Where does this come from? Where does this come from? That's fucking rude. Just claiming, oh, yeah, you're gonna be a criminal. Just because Microsoft changes some stuff around, you are gonna start impersonating me. Where does that come from? Where do you... Oh man, that pissed me off. Ooh, what an asshole. Ugh. Alright. Node says he is admitting to using the naming clause of the license to bully people into doing what he wants. Yeah. I mean, I guess that's fine if that's what he wants to do. I mean, he's still an asshole, but that's like a legal formal structure, right? If that are the rules, then he's following the rules. Then we can argue that the naming clause, and that's the Mental Outlaw video, right? That all the open source licenses are dumb and everybody should just use the GNU license because of these kind of stuff that happens with the other licenses. And everybody should just use the GNU. But all the other open source licenses are dumb. I'm not proficient in licensing issues or legal matters of any kind, but if that is possible within the license to bully people, then fine. You do that. Still an asshole though. And I would want to see a world where that wasn't the case. Banana waffle. Fuck, I did it again, Blasphemous. Wow. There's something with the B. I noticed it myself this time. Blasphemous says, wouldn't you ISOE by default by not showing up to court? I don't know what ISOE is. ISOE? Lose? Ah! Lose by default. By not showing up to court. Yeah, and that's and that's what I say, right? That's one of the reasons I would have to say both parties would have to agree for me to be okay with a system like that. Like in a civil system, civil dispute handling, civil stuff like that, I'm only okay with it if both parties have agreed that this is the consequence. And then I'm also fine with losing by default if you don't show up. Alright, I really need to go to the bathroom, so I'll be right back.